over and over and over and over and over and over and over.
Okay, Clay, I get the point.
No, you.
Huh? Where am I? Where did I go? What happened? What happened? This? This? Where is my spout 2 connection? Searching. Scanning. Spout 2, spout 2, spout 2, spout 2, spout 2. Spout 2. Am I alive? No? Sure it didn't turn up? Can't believe it. I just didn't even bother. Controller input? What? Well, they got some new stuff in here. This is crazy. Connection status. This is Mocopi. I don't have mocap. I don't got no mocap. Where do they put spout? No, not Wi-Fi. Where the hell's spout these days? Huh? Activate. I'm alive. Yo, guys. What the? What's this background? Ew. Color picker. Nice. All right, there we go. That was weird. Very strange. Yo, sup, guys? Yo, what's going on? All right, let me. I'm scrolling. I'm checking. Yeah, Thickest Thighs gang. We got the OGs. I'm pretty sure there's only 4 people with Thickest Thighs. What's up, Bisha? What's up, Smex Lexi? What's up, Joe? What's up, Chui? What's up, No My Own? What's up, Molly? What's up, Stillblade? Hey, everyone? If I didn't get your name, tell me in the comments below. They're teeing off? Dude. Really? Like, golf man? Yeesh. You couldn't pick a better thing to watch? This guy's into golf. It's the Masters? What? Yeah. It's still golf. Dude, there's nothing exciting about golf. Wow. He hit it. He hit the ball. Wow. Okay. The ball landed. Oh, did it go hole in one? No. All right. Well, looks like he's going to have to hit it like 7 more times. Me when I golf. Now, if it was top golf or like mini golf, no, then we would be talking about some real golf action. What a hater. He's telling me to shh. So I'm attacking the thing he's watching. Although I do think golf is pretty boring. Not gonna lie. What a hater? True. I mean, I am. I will not ever say I'm not. Golf sucks. Why are you floating? So... That is a good question. I actually don't know what's causing this to occur at this current moment. Let's see if I can fix this. If I move down... Oh, nice. I fixed it. Yeah, so I have this like VHS filter and it kind of warps the screen a little bit. And for some reason it just I don't know why, it shifts the VTuber up a little bit too. So I have to make it like go off screen. But now it's fixed. I'm also watching it. I mean, to be fair, the Masters makes sense. I don't think I care enough though. Immersion restored, yeah. Yeah. I was supposed to do it yesterday, but I was overwhelmed. I don't remember by what. My PC like crashed yesterday after I ended stream. And it like reset so many of my settings for no reason. I think it was just temporary files though. I can't wait to boot up Voices of Void today. It's gonna be like a disaster. I'm scared, man. It's time for the Snowblade fun fact of the day. Did you know? Did you know that? Subshir Kwan. Dude, nice. You got my apartment key. Who hasn't at this freaking point? It keeps failing to send. It might be too long. You might have to split it. Might have to split it. Sometimes them long paragraphs, so you just gotta put them, we just gotta half them up. On April 9th, 1859, a 23-year-old Missouri youth named Samuel Langhorne Clemens received his steamboat pilot's license. Clemens had signed on as a... Okay, well, I gotta scroll back, freaking up. Had signed on a pilot's apprentice in 1857 while on his way to Mississippi. He had been commissioned to write a series of comic travel letters for the Keokuk Daily Post. But after writing 5, decided he'd rather be a pilot than a writer. He piloted his own boat for 2 years until Civil War halted steamboat traffic. During his time as a pilot, he picked up the term Mark Twain. A boatman's call noted that the river was only 2 fathoms deep, the minimum depth for safe navigation. When Clemens returned to writing in 1861, working for the Virginia City Territorial Enterprise, he wrote a humorous travel letter signed by Mark Twain and continued to use the pseudonym for nearly 50 years. Boom, look at that. Over and over. It's a fact, but I don't think it's fun. Quite a long one. He's going for the long ones. Got your line back yet? Line? My line back yet? What line? Over and 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 over. What you were reading? Oh yeah. When I scroll up on Chatterino, it doesn't like move the chat, so easy. I got some short ones and some long ones. Depends on how I'm feeling. Yeah, fair. Hey, all the facts are good facts. We like Mark Twain around here, don't we, chat? Big fans of Mark Twain. Yep. All right. Thursday, damn. Who? Whoa, you can't say that. It's not about the size of the fact, it's how you use it. No, it's about the size. Yeah, I don't know who told you all about that, but Simpsons episode? Oh my god. These goddamn Simpsons. Type A, B, and C. Huh? If you know, you know. Yeah. If you guys know, you know. Duh. And if you don't know, then we're not going to explain it, so. Yeah. I'm a bit of a vague poster on Twitter as well, myself, so. You know. It's what it's. Did I get my drops in GTA yet? How many hours? Okay, I'm at 92% of 6 hours. I need money. Pretty bad in GTA now. I realized that they added more like slots for like business buildings. So I can have a small warehouse thing now, and apparently I can get an acid lab, but I cannot buy that without regretting my financial problems afterwards. But you can get like a mobile acid lab, and that would max out my money laundering car wash to like something like 30K every couple minutes, which doesn't seem that good. But that's passive alongside my nightclub, and my nightclub's income does not go to the acid, or not the acid lab, to the car wash, I guess. And then I only really have to maintain 3 of the businesses because all the other ones just automate. Very interesting. It's mostly the damn nightclub. Although Joe, yesterday I actually did it in a private session. To be fair, I had like 950 grand worth of product, so I was not going to do that in a public. I was definitely not going to do that in a public lobby. All right, damn. We're going to play some voices here in a bit. To no one's surprise, I'm sure. Do the ads play? I don't even know. Pre-roll timer. Yeah, they did, okay. I need to remove one of these tabs. I'm going to remove bitrate. Bitrate kind of lies to you anyway. I need my pre-roll off. Because it's when I know I need to run ads. Good old Aderinos, man. Wow. There's apparently some like big sponsor thing going on with Minecraft. I mean, I don't know how big, but I know it's there somewhere. Kind of interesting. Maybe we'll play some Minecraft sometime soon, guys. No, I feel like I'm burnt out from our last server. I think I'm good for a while. This guitar. God. We went very hard on that server. We did. I have to like re-enable it temporarily if I want to download the map because I forgot. But it's not like, I don't think we would return to that one. I would probably just upload it somewhere for people who wanted the map again for reference. I think we're going to make at some point we might make another server. But it won't be the same mods. And I will not add new ones, I don't think, after the server starts. Because when we started adding new mods, it started breaking everything, so it'll be predetermined. It might just be a good mod pack instead of, oh, I want this and this and this. Do you remember getting drunk and raging? I mean, you did travel really far on a boat, die, travel really hard on boat, die, travel really hard on boat, die. And then I helped, and we got your stuff back. I'm pretty sure you only died twice. I made my home and that was it. Hey, listen. Everyone has their own end. Hey, we beat the Ender Dragon. You were there for that. This is why I always stall and delay like Ender Dragon stuff. Because I know that the moment that it is defeated at least once, people are done. That's why I tried to add some endgame mods, like repeated Ender Dragon kills would be beneficial for like better armor or something, but nah. Even with these heavy mods, it just doesn't work. Ender Dragon will always be endgame. I was hoping there would be some sort of dimension or realm after that's more difficult than like the end. Not in terms of like, oh, there's no, you die if you fall, you know, there's no void, but like some sort of real endgame stuff. I was the first to fall. Was it the anvil? I need to change how I play Minecraft. How do you play Minecraft? Is that... Who is this? I think I know this emote. I'm checking. Yeah, it's Kana. Okay, that's what I thought. We're waiting for the end update. I don't even know what more they can do. I feel like they need to add something after the Ender Dragon as like an end goal. Because the Elytra, it really doesn't matter at that point. Unless you care about traveling. We all went through... Oh, that's right, that's right! Right. Yes. I remember. Yeah, we tried like to get your stuff back. That was crazy. What up? Yo, Leaf, how was Minecraft, man? How, good or no? You like it? We're actually talking about Minecraft. We're talking about the previous server that I hosted, and I was like, there's always one server killer in Minecraft, and it's typically just beating the Ender Dragon. I feel like after that, everyone just kind of dissipates from the server. As Gibber down, I also feel like you get items that you don't want to lose, and then you start trying not to die. Well, you could always get like, what is it, soulbound on your weapons, but I think it's a waste of a slot. I never got around to playing on that one. I joined and then never got the time to join. Honestly, fair. Very fair. I'm streaking. Whoa, he's streaking in chat with a 5-timer. My 2-week Minecraft phase has lasted 4 months? Damn. Whoa. I would start out trying to be homeless and then give up. 4 months of mining. You know, my major, and this is why I always say that, like, the first few weeks of Minecraft, we cannot fight the Ender Dragon, is because I spend more time, like, building random things and, like, exploring. And honestly, I could still do that after the fact, but when people stop playing on the server, it's kind of where I'm like, all right, well, GG's, server dead. Yeah, you built the yacht. I didn't even go into the nether for weeks. Damn. What did you do? Welcome in, everybody. We're going to play some Voices of the Void here in a little bit, but we're just yapping about Minecraft. I would host another server, but I just don't think I can commit to it at the moment. Whoa, look at that 90 streak. Damn. Thank you, man. Thank you guys for all the streaks. Snowball had a 95. Thank you guys. Crazy streaks. Mining and crafting. Damn. This guy's playing the game. What the hell? The Enderman chasing Leaf. Did the Enderman chase Leaf? Was her dog okay by the end? Surely, right? They okay? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, I like playing Minecraft and I like hosting a server. It's just that I need a predetermined mod pack or no mods. My plan with the previous one was to just it would be vanilla plus. So it's basically everything is vanilla except for like some quality of life and shaders, I guess. And it kind of branched out to we're going to add this moon phase thing where 1 million mobs will spawn and try to murder you. Or I think that was the biggest like game changer. I kind of liked it though because I feel like most people were pretty good at Minecraft in that server. That's awesome. It was really cool, but a fair share of people were not fans of that. There was only one place in the entirety of the server that was safe. And that was my Sky Island. My Gorilla's Sky Island was the only place where they didn't spawn like 1 million billion mobs. You have a Vanilla Plus thing going on? I prefer Vanilla Plus. I don't like overly modded Minecraft because then I get overwhelmed and I'm like, man, I don't know what I want to focus on. You know what I mean? Like, you get like, what is it, Direwolf back in the day? I don't know if that's still a thing, but Direwolf had like Thaumcraft, but it also had the ME system stuff, but then it also had this and this and this and this and this, and I'm like, oh my god. Bro, it's too much. I've been playing with someone who's very new to Minecraft, so it's been very fun. That is pretty fun. No bobs, but did blow up your... yeah, that's true. My Sky Island blew up just like the goddamn one in the Gorillaz music video. Last server I played had like computation and stuff. And I was getting iron while someone else was getting quantum computers in the basement. That's kind of sick. I always get into like applied energistics, I think it's called, which is like the ME system, computer storage. You can do a lot more, but typically the end goal is to just have a functioning power source and infinite storage. Which at some point you reach a point where it's like you don't need infinite. You have so much that there's no way it'll fill up. Maybe if you played for months and months on end, perhaps. What was that noise? Closing this, hold on. Forgot that I had the Minecraft thing on. What's up, Tyler? Big fan of Tekkit. I think the next server, I want applied energistics again. And I want to just go ham on it. Instead of just making a storage computer thing, I want to do whatever else it could possibly do. Also, mining turtles would be awesome. Get some mining turtles in there. We actually, I think we had some. No, we didn't. Not on that server. Previous server. Just go like super tech. I know there's a mod pack or a mod itself where you can like create a rocket and fly into space. I think that might be Galacticraft. I might be wrong about that, but that'd be cool. Try at least one time. I never did that one. I feel like most of my playthroughs are relatively the same in the sense of like what I want to do in the playthrough. But the mods will add to the objectives. The problem is that, you know, again, Ender Dragon is endgame even in the most heavily modded server of all time. The longest server we had up was Fusion TSK, myself, Chloe. We played, I think, for like the entire summer of like 2023. Literally the entire summer. It was insane. I streamed a little bit of that too. That was the longest lasting server I've ever been in. Second longest was the VR chat SMP that happened in like 2021. I don't remember what year that was, but that was the next longest server. That one was really fun. All right, we're going to boot up some Voices of the Void, ladies and gentlemen. Although I'm kind of down to play some Minecraft sometime soon. I kind of want to beat the game in hardcore. I've only ever gotten to the Ender Dragon before, and I never recorded it, so I don't even have proof of that. But when I played a lot of Minecraft. But I've done, I think, 4 attempts in hardcore. 2 times I got close to the Ender Dragon. And then just died. And then the other 2 times I did something dumb. The first time around, I think I got to the Nether, and I was making a 1 block long or 1 block wide bridge across a giant pool of lava. This is such a classic death, dude. And a gas showed up and just blast. It was netherrack, because, you know, of course. So it blew up, and I fell into the lava and died. Second time around, I think I made it to the dragon, and the dragon killed me. Third time around, it was kind of like an early on death. I went into this, like, cave system. This was before the big caves update. I'm talking, like, I don't know what version Minecraft is on now, but it was an earlier, way earlier version of Minecraft. And I went to the cave, and I didn't have armor, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think I had armor. I was, like, working towards... I might have had, like, leather boots. Anyways, I got overwhelmed by, like, skeletons, and there was 1 zombie, and I simply died. It was GG's. What's up, Emperor? Welcome in. Yeah, it was crazy. It was crazy. And then my 4th death was to the dragon again. I actually do think I can beat hardcore. If I'm locked in, I think I could do it. Not in like 1 sitting. Actually, maybe. I can probably speedrun it, but it won't be like, you know, typical speedrunners. It would still take something like a couple hours. But if I only focus on the objectives, yeah, I feel like I can do it. I'd probably go out of my way to like max enchant everything too, though. But it's doable. It's certainly doable. Something worth trying at some point. I know there's a way to like set up a hardcore server, but not in the sense of like if one person dies, they're all permadead. In the sense of if one person dies, they're like banned from the server, essentially. I hate the stress of hardcore. I think the worst part about hardcore is just the beginning. Like, you need to get leather armor or iron armor, whatever. Then you need to get diamond armor. Everything after the diamond armor is pretty much like, I think, a walk in the park. The nether could be a little bit tedious, but if you're just careful and do not build netherrack bridges that are 1 block wide, you'll be fine, in my humble opinion. But it depends. It depends. Ah, where'd I go? Right now, this is the video game we are locked into. The stress of hardcore is definitely like the first. I think the beginning portion is my weakest in Minecraft. Trying to make it not too low, but not too loud. Oh my god. I say as I boot up this game and it's too loud right off the rip. Alright, what are my objectives? I don't think I did the dailies. I think we're working on that. Ah, we got 6-7 points, man. Fantastic. I need this game to have more, like, typing. Like, something into the terminal or into the console. I feel like all I really do is calibrate and then check the control towers and the transformers, and then it's like, whatever. Charlie, Hotel, and Sierra. Did I already write them down? I did. We're good on sleep. We're pretty decent on food. We can probably grab a food with us. We open a can. We put this away. We put it away here, and then I take the can and we throw this out. Just put it in here for now. All right, let's go. Okay. Do I want to send Kerfus out? I think I might. Let's check. Are any servers down? Okay, these are good. Of course, 3 is diminished. That one had like 4. No. It was 1, 4, and 3, right? Or 1, 4, 2? God damn it. And then we do... Well, no, it already calibrated. All the servers are up. We're good. Do I have any fuses? Nope. Of course not. And let me guess. No glass scrap. No, there's glass scrap. As a matter of fact, I could make more. An electronic scrap and a metal scrap. And do I have coil? I do. I have a copper wire. Fuse! And more glass scrap. And more electronic scrap. And we'll just double up on everything, because I think that's kind of what we need right now. Fuse! And another one. What the? It's disorienting me. Okay, that's 3 fuses. We can also replace CR3 on our journey. Was Sierra the first one? I guess it doesn't really matter which one's the closest. I don't think Sierra's the closest. I think it might be Charlie. Where the hell's Sierra? Oh. Okay. What's up, Logan? Welcome in, welcome in. Oh, right. Oh, you don't like ketchup? Oh, hey, man. Hey, you guys finally walking around? Hey, good to see ya. Welcome. Welcome to town. You have a good one, man. Wait, has this been on the whole time? Not a fan. I'm not sure you would last a day in Poland. Poland loves its ketchup. Come on. You're like right there, dude. Yes. How do I turn it off? Or is it off? Oh no, it's not. It's not diminishing the battery. Okay. They can keep the ketchup then? Thank you, we will. I'm personally a big fan of ketchup. And I got here without a floppy drive. What a surprise. Alright, let's go fix CR3, and then I need to backtrack. How do I always forget the floppy disk? I feel like I always keep one on me, and then all of a sudden now it's just like, oops. Actually, you know, let's just go back. I need to put it in my, like, fanny pack. I have to buy one of those. Out of curiosity, though, do you hate ketchup for the taste? Or is it just the smell? I have a very specific reason to ask this. Come on, that was airtime. I never did get the airtime achievement. Ow. I hated the smell of stale ketchup left on a plate for days. Oh, God. Okay. No, you're right for that. Great. Now I'm dirtying it. I'm bleeding. What? Obviously the red one. We'll clean the blood trail after. What? That do be pretty gross. I can't do that. If I leave something in this room for more than like 10 minutes, the scent will be everywhere. I would have to turn on my like air purifier. The room will be the scent of that. Can't do it. Too small of a room. Whoa! Ah, sick. All right. SV request. SV target. Charlie. Bruh. TYVM? Oops. Oh. Oh God. The tire durability is not looking too good, man. Wonder if I can make some. Probably not. Thinking like rubber scrap somehow, put it together, create wheel, tire. SV request. And then we got hotel. Hotel, motel, Holiday Inn. Smile. I hate when it falls to the ground. Why can't it just stay there? Make new wheels out of wood? Now that's some durability right there. Oops. Oops. Get out of my damn way. No, come on! Alright, alright, alright. I'm pushing it, I get it, I get it. Have they come yet? Well. Actually, no, not yet. Technically, yes. But... are we talking about the same day? Which day? They're not camped out yet. What's up, North Princess? Welcome in.
Oh, hi.
That's a first reaction. Often streamers start getting worried about my sentence, life, and so on. In my defense, this is my, like, 8th playthrough of this video game. I know quite what to expect. Yeah, I'm prepared. This is one of my favorite video games ever. It is so good. First time on 0.9 though. So I don't really know what changed, aside from some of the mechanics. Oh yeah, there's many events. I have yet, just at the start of this playthrough. Oh, we have to go to CR3, I forgot. Let's go do that really quick. We need more fuel. We need more fuel for sure. Actually playing it now, I never played it before, so I'm pretty new. Any tips? Yes. First and foremost, in the store, really great idea, alright? Garbage bags. I'm telling you right now, it's not like a major benefit, but it's pretty decent. You want to get garbage bags and like grab all of these trash pile things, and you should sell those. Pretty decent points, to be honest. You know, this game has over 100 events. Yeah, I'm trying right now in this playthrough to get a couple specific events. And when I just started out on this playthrough, oh, I lost my train of thought. We got like 3 new events when I started this playthrough. What? What are you talking about? What? There you go. IMS, so that was the first thing I did. Excellent. Next thing. I'm trying to think. I think you should get everything done before the sun rises. Because then you have the entire, like, daylight to either explore or, like, focus on, other objectives. But that's not necessary. It's just how I typically feel about this game is... I much prefer to do all the spooky stuff at night. Oh yeah. This playthrough is a little bit different for me, but you should always have a bandage on you, some food, and maybe caffeine. Absolutely. I play the game on 50% speed, so the days are typically a lot longer. So are the nights. The last thing I would say is make sure you have an item that is decent at breaking stuff. I won't give you any specifics beyond that, but you should always have something of the sort. It is very beneficial for a lot of things in this game. Crowbar is fantastic, yes. Crowbar is a good choice. Oh, also, do I want to say, I don't know if this is more like, it's not a spoiler, it's just, do you want to learn it yourself type thing. What's up, Pines? Don't sell all of the garbage piles. I think there's quite a few that are beneficial for stuff that you might need later on. Especially for this goddamn thing, this. I watch streams and YouTube videos, so I also can say, okay, yeah, then you should probably keep the glass, electronic, and metal, piles. And then when you find a shovel, you should turn them into, like, the little scrap parts. Because those are really good for crafting specific things. Like fuses. There are some things like coal and wood that you can move into the incinerator with a fuel tank attached to the side. That could be nice as well if you need fuel for your ATV. You think they're here? Let's see. I'm curious. I don't think they are yet. Oh my god. Oh my god. No, I don't think they're here yet. I don't know if that always prompts the event, but... I like that you can hear the drone throughout, like, the entire radius of this area. Oh god. Ah, you're fine. Just but a flesh wound. At least we know it's about after 6 a.m. Or not enough space, really. Thank you, man. Actually, wait. We can hand stuff in. Wait right there. It's 100? It do be. It do be 100. Take this. Let's take this. I need a drive box. I forgot. We have to like stock up on those. Oh wait. What am I doing? We have to put that in a zip. Give me that back. You can't have that. Have this. Yeah, this is some of the new stuff that I'm like still getting used to. I like it though. More like interface usage is really cool. Oops, oops. Okay. The only thing is I do need to order the drive boxes. Let's do that now so it's like an instant... Not instant, but faster delivery. We'll do like... We'll do 5 for now. I think that's fine. Oh, and do I have... Where are the trash bags at? Did I already sell them? You think they'll buy the roaches? I feel like I should sell some of these gas cans. We got so many of them. Where in the world? Where's the What the? I guess we did sell it? We did, yeah. Alright, well. Thank you, homie. Alright. Cool. We do see if we have to clean this hallway. Oh show. The bathroom's technically not done. Because we can scrub the sink and the showers for like 1,000,000 years. But right now I'm kind of... What? You're full? Oh my god. Damn. We need a new trash thing. Container. Man. Is there a way to keep the doors open? It is... Yes, but I'll tell you right now, it can get a little jank. I just put glow sticks in the middle of the doorway, specifically right there, you know, like this part. But when you restart the game, sometimes they'll close, because that's what they do. They just do a little bit of reset. And if they close, it might bug out. Usually if you open the doors after the fact, it's good. But yeah, you can get some glow sticks and just plop them to the middle of the doorway. Why didn't I get an update on my delivery? What? Did they say anything? Oh, right, okay. We just need to do the signals. Do we have a bunch of tier 3s? This is tier 3 now. Nice. Uno. How do I know what level it's leveling up to? Does it? It doesn't even really tell you, does it? You're just guessing and checking. Where are my tier 3s? Oh, here. Typically, if you put any object in the middle of this doorway, it shouldn't close, but something still prompts the closing, so I don't know. It's a little odd how that one works. But I know glow sticks work. Like a glove. I do have the upgrade. I have it up to level 3. But whatever, I feel like it goes in order, right? I don't know, that's like the only thing I always forget. Oh, you can't, I see. Jinx, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Welcome in. Oh, separate component. Okay, so I just gotta keep doing it for each. I have to just, okay. Component. Autosave signal, automatic signal processing. This right here. This one. Wait, ads are 6 minutes. What? Oh, I got my 500K on GTA. Huge. Do I want the outfit? What is the outfit anyway? I forgot the stream open. Winter Highway Patrol. I think right now, if you play the game and you do the little like police event where you not pull people over, but you do dispatch work, it'll what do you call it? You get like a full-fledged LSPD outfit. I think we're getting to the conclusive updates of GTA Online. Now they're giving us stuff like police outfits, like just full-on police outfits. Are the ads over? I really don't know why I can't see them all of a sudden. I think they are over, right? Yeah, pre-roll is off for an hour. Do I need to full screen this? Will that like show me the ads? It just like disappeared. You're back? Okay, huge. So I need 135 for signal, automatic signal processing. I'm gonna add it to the cart so I just don't forget. Also, is this done? Calibration. You also get like 100K from doing the dispatch work. Combined. God damn. I'm not even tired today. I just didn't... I need to buy the car, though. Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, the police vehicle. I was like, what car? Oh, God, what cars? Actually, I got the... a la equivalent of, like, the Nissan Silvia. You know, it's not exact. I got it yesterday. Man, that car is nice. But I made it so bland in the sense of like it's just silver. It's like a dark silver, but it's silver. Is it possible to get into the meat locker in the basement? I have yet to find a way to do that aside from a very specific event in the game. But I am sure there's a way to do it. I'm not sure what the way is, but I know that there's probably a method to the madness. These are all tier 2, right? Yeah. Or tier 1. You're burning the mannequins. Oh my goodness. There might be a way, but not on purpose. Yeah, I'm pretty sure like all the methods to do it have to do with glitching and whatnot. Where are you going? Oh. You know what? Maybe we just leave this open for him for a little bit. Maybe we leave this open. He's not the brightest little dude, but he's my favorite little dude. And that's really what matters. Didn't I order 5? Oh, I have it. They scare me. Wait, what did happen to the dude? I've never done a playthrough where I didn't interact with him a little bit, so I'm curious if I just completely ignore him, what would happen? Would they still do like the annoying stuff? Oh, annoying. Not really annoying, but... Light tubes. Oh, is it the blue ones? The really bright blue ones? For some reason, mine always despawns, and it makes me so sad. Because that would light up the entire, like, building. They're really, really fragile, but I don't think anything happens if you break it. Wait. Oh, the signal disappeared. Apparently everybody else gets them. And they don't despawn. For me, they despawn the next time that I reload the game. I don't know why. It's so sad. Maybe they break. Now I think about it, maybe it's because when you load into the game, everything kind of like moves. Is that Kerfus? Probably. Sure is. You really have to path the way right into the ATV. They put one in the vent above my desk, so now I don't need to light in that room. Yeah, that's the best. I just use glow sticks. And I basically, it's the greatest way to keep the transformers up for a little bit longer without having to like make upgrades. Oh, now CR1's dead. Are you okay? Okay. Do your thing. Are you done? Good job, man.
No.
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 Okay, go sleep. What? Oh. Thank you. Actually, right on time. Sushi box. We're so back. What? My shrimp pack. What? They ate it. I was gonna give that to them. When in the world did they find the time to eat that? What the? Good work today, Kirpus. It's almost done. One more. Denoising. Okay, we got that going. Be right with you, be right with you. Just need one more right here. It's at 16%. I swear we had like a lot more trash bags. Now I don't even know where they are. Hey, you want some fuel cans? I just don't think there's a reason to have so many of these. Maybe you'll want a chair or 7. We'll keep like 3. don't even think we need 3. We only need like 1. Hey, maybe we want this old car battery. Can I scrap this for parts? No. A relic of its time. Here you go, bud. Now I'm in a GTA mood. Again. God damn it. Damn it all. Impromptu GTA stream tomorrow. Can I? You know what, dude? I think we're gonna sell like 1 million of these waste baskets. They just take up space in the most random spots. And for what? Nothing. Some easy points. Yeah, if you ever don't need something in this game, or you think you have way too much of it, doesn't hurt to just sell it. Eventually, this is all going to get put on that table and turned into whatever it's gonna get turned into. Probably just electronic scrap. Okay. Done. All right. Hand this in and we're done with our daily spiel shebang. A little late to it, but that's okay. Thank you, homie. You know, our little tower thing hasn't broken down yet. I feel like that was like the biggest problem for the longest time. Surely I didn't sell the wrong floppy, or no, it's actually it's just right here, so it doesn't matter. This was good. Oh. There's so many green floppy disks. Oh my god. I think this one's broken. Just leave it here for now. Huge. Disturbing find. But maybe it's nothing. We have listened to this recording. In the early hours of the morning, I swore I heard something dreadful behind the noise, something otherworldly. That said, I haven't been sleeping very well, working extremely odd hours, just to finish all of my tasks, so perhaps there's a more mundane explanation for this. Yeah, maybe. So what do we get for all this? 175. Wow, the gas cans were 24. The waste baskets! What do you mean, man? Maybe I just sell all of the waste baskets then. That's crazy. Anyways, let's get this upgrade. We have points at the moment. We could do some more. How much? I sold 4 waste baskets, so it's 10 a pop. 8 gas cans for only 24. You get 10 a pop for a waste basket. Damn. We have so many of them. Somewhere. Now I've scattered them around everywhere. Did I like store them somewhere? Where in the world are my waste baskets? There's one here. Dude, this would be the best place for the mining rig. It's just, it doesn't have an outlet. What a shame. What? Where? What? Where are my waste baskets? They're like, he found out. They have value. Quick. Steal them. Can I sort by volume? It'd be really great if I could. Oh, here are the garbage bags. Alright, let's just order this thing, because that's all I really need at the moment. Oh, process. Hey, we have one wheel. Pretty good. Why you attack Titan? They're too big. And big is no good. No good, I say. I never finished that anime. Okay, wait. Let's just verify the waste baskets aren't around here somewhere, yeah? Oh. Found more garbage bags. Lo and behold. To no one's surprise. Not even my own. Dude, where didn't I had like a whole stack of them. I think I just sold all of them now. Okay. That could be some pretty good ka-ching. Hey, Max and I stashed some of your favorite sushi rolls on the D-drone behind that old Connor's back. Dude, thank you so much, guys. Truly the best. Components. Wrench. Okay, one more. Are they all off or not? Okay. I mean, I guess I don't have to turn off utilities. Huge. Alright, that one's done. We got everything in that little tingy. So, what do we got here? 216 for the rolls, for the garbage bags. Empty can was 5 points. What? What are you talking about? What? Do you know how many empty cans I have? Why are empty dude? There's no way. I'm like discovering all the big selling parts now, huh? You gonna tell me that empty cans are 5 a pop? I'm gonna be rich. We're gonna build the mining rig at this rate. Effortlessly. I'm already at 574 points. I do like the unregistered hypercam is just in the way of that. But I'm committed. Because I don't think you can even do anything with the empty cans. I don't think they turn into anything. You can recycle them? Do they become metal scrap or what? Are you sure? What the hell? How many do I need? You're fire gassing me. Yo, you got any empty cans in here? Oh. Ouch. Cool, let's see how much we get for that. Ow. We need coffee, we need food, we need everything. Starting with coffee. Starting with coffee. Dude, get up. Pissing me off, Kel. Now I'm stuck. Huh? Some May. I don't want to eat that. Then don't. Then die. If you clean out around the Transformers, they last longer? I don't think so. I have seen that someone say that before, but I don't think that is the case. 104 points for 32 of these cans. You know what I'm talking about? That's pretty good. That's pretty good right there. Alright. What's next on the agenda? I got 678 points. 678. I feel like I want to focus on stuff that'll... $200 for the frame. $200 for the GPU. And then the CPU is... Not CPU, sorry, the fans. The coolers. I think we hold off. I think we hold off on that. Let's just hold on to the money we have. And as we need things, I will buy. Right now, I think we're okay. We probably need more bags. That's something we do need at the moment. We need trash bags for sure. I'm trying to figure out why there's still flies around. I feel like we've cleaned out, like... Oh, they're gone from here, at least. Like, dude, where? Why? There's no food. Oh, maybe it's upstairs. I mean, this place is still quite a mess. Okay, we need... Here's what we need. We need to move all of these somewhere else, for starters. And then I need a completely new one. Are there any trash things back here? Just the big containers? Yeah. God, I forgot how, like, awful this place still is outside. Maybe one of the Transformers. I think maybe... TR1 might have... We'll see. We'll go there really quick. Shouldn't take too long. Dude, I can't believe they ate the sushi. Or sorry, not the shrimp. Or something did. Because I was specifically saving it to give it to them. But that has to mean that they're probably here. Somewhere in the camp. Or they camped out. Maybe they'll eat the sushi. Dude, yesterday I was thinking, like, why is it that sometimes my brain just, like, malfunctions when speaking? What the? Oh no, this is the same one. And I realized that I spent majority of, like, the young life speaking to Polish people. The high school life speaking to, like, a mix of Europeans and Americans. And then, like, when VR chat came in, it was just a variety of everything. And I'm like, I feel like that affected my brain somehow. I, like, mix words together. I'm not sure that's necessarily the case. I feel like you would need to spend a lot of time in a place to impact you like that, but Smoothie, why'd you eat my shrimp? That was a gift for the alien cat girls, man. Damn it, Ireland. You'll face my wrath for this. Only to be forgiven. For, like, you know, maybe a couple packs of Guinness. Does your wrath taste like shrimp? No. It tastes bad. Not good at all. Trying to prevent Dr. Kale from having to go to bed at what, 4 p.m. Talk about a degen sleep schedule. Oh, my bad. 2 p.m. Almost. Even worse. What is that? Hey, have a good day at work. GG's, Jinx. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Suppose we can start. What? Swear to God. If this Joe the Lion guy told me I can recycle these, and they don't freaking recycle, I'm banning him. Oh. Damn, it takes 4 of those to make some electronic scrap? These are full-fledged computers, bruh. That's crazy. I'ma say it. You tell me these monitors and computers do not suffice for, like... Okay, relax. You don't listen to that guy? He's a bad influence? Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I could probably be playing something like Marvel Rivals right now. Instead, I'm playing this game. Jeez. Nails. Alright, well, I was really hoping we can just... what I thought would happen is you put them on the table, and they would turn into, like, you know, the little scrap parts. But they became full-fledged electronic scrap. Hello? Did I miss it? Was I looking away? Oh, it disappeared. I keep forgetting about the no signal part. Damn it, man. It really despawned. Maybe we should get, like, faster signal timer, like less cooldown, so I can pull these closer together faster. That might be very beneficial, to be honest. Because I don't think I necessarily need the processing speed. Is this already tier 3? What? I think it was set to tier 2. Okay. Wait. Wait. Oh god, I'm hungry. Again. Hello. I don't know how those got up there, but I take a bite. Kind of hoping we get Nightmare today that I can, like, beat. So that we can just skip through a little bit of sleep time. Or a lot of it. What? Hate that. But I missed it? I keep not looking. Okay. I think we'll wait for this one to be done, and then I'm just gonna grab a tier 0. I think we'll process that while we take a nap. Scotland! Wales! Wow. No sleep till... %. Activity. Here's a look at today's activity. Oh, thank you, Watch. You can tell me that I have done absolutely nothing. All day. You're so right. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Excellent. Tier 3 completed. Give me this. Something blew up. I'm gonna assume this is gonna go to tier 3 because it's red. Right? Probably. All right, go bedtime. And when we awaken, we gotta clean this hallway. Damn, getting everything done, like, task-wise, throughout the night, it's not a bad thing, but, like, Dr. Kell is so tired all the time. It's like he's copying me, man. I don't know what his deal is. Can we get a nightmare? Please? I was really hoping I could skip through the sleep cycle, but I guess I... Dude, can these mushrooms stop blowing up? What's their problem? Good morning. All right. Oh, here are the waste baskets. That's another 20 points. All right. What the? Double points. Too much stuff, not enough space. Metal debris. So you do anything with the Komorebi stuff? Mr. Joe? I actually like got back into it because I was reminded by myself by you asking. If not, very fair. It can be a little bit annoying sometimes, not gonna lie. Oh, hello. You know what, dude? In all honesty, I'm never gonna use this door anyway. What's up, Ramus? Even more socks. Dude, that's like basically all I ask for Christmas nowadays. Everyone's like, what do you want for Christmas? Socks. What? No, you need something more than just socks. And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't want anything. Give me nothing. This could be a good place for something. I don't know what. Enjoy cook. He always complains about his socks getting wet. Why do you think that is? You think someone's like putting his socks somewhere like nasty? Maybe just dipping them into like a sink? Maybe a tub? What? What? Okay. Keep stepping outside with them. You know what? That does make sense. I'm trying to think of what I want to do here. We got these boxes. We got these crates. This is like the tools are in this one. Did I put the sponge in here? I definitely did. Yep. This isn't... Come on, that's... Okay. Oh wait, this is just full... This is just a full trash pile, what? Oh my god, there's still more down here. Is this dirty? What? Dude, this guy is always hungry and tired. Like man. Like man, dude. Like Mando. Oh. Wow, I can pick up that chair, okay. But I can't pick up the wooden ones? Man. Wow. What the hell is this? Oh. Okay. I think we've done relatively well with the cleaning process. We still have one more room, but that room's gonna become the server room anyway. Doesn't have to look too pretty. We're probably gonna get rid of a bunch of those shelves. Oh, that concludes like the main cleaning process. Now that I know that these cans have like pretty decent value, we're gonna sell them. We said gonna sell. Okay, so this has to be tier 3 then. The darkness. Excellent. Really top of the line stuff right there. Well. Another one. Sure saves me the time of pinging and stuff. Okay, whoa. Huh? Just a random group of 3? Could that be the picnic? I don't think so. We're on day 15. I don't think that's a picnic. But what random 3 things just exist over there on the west? The 3 muchachos! Hey, that's what I'm talking about. What's up, Ghost? How you're doing? You know how it's going on over here? Just voices of the freaking void. You finding the voices? No. Nobody talking to me. Yeah, nobody cared me. It's no problem. It's okay. I have this right here. I don't know what they're saying. If I was a voice, I would talkings to you. Oh, thank you, man. Thank you. This is my friend. He's sleeping. No. What the hell is that? You see that weird, like, texture? Wait, is this... What? Sponge. Wait. No. Dude. I don't know where that one is. It's pissing me off. I think it's downstairs. Yes. He taking a nap. I could have bought garbage bags. Thank you. Goodbye. We have acquired further glow sticks for further lighting of the... I don't actually know what I'm gonna light up now. I guess we could do this room. It almost feels like it doesn't need that much. What happening this weekend? You doing something crazy? Or no? This is enough for this? Do you need lighting? I guess not. But I'm gonna put one here anyway. Huh? Why are there... Hey! I hear you. Hey! Where? He's pranking me. Probably chill. Maybe go shopping. Man, I wanna go shopping. I'll be honest. Uniqlo. Like, dude. They have these end of season sales for every end of the season. And it's just like every single time they do that, I'm really buying so much. I mean, I'm getting more in value because typically they cost like 40 bucks. So I can't complain too much. Signalis. The Octomage, they're doing pretty good. They're you know, they're out there somewhere. We go together? Yes! Do you have a Uniqlo? In Denmark land? I feel like probably not. It's okay if not. Probably not, no, yeah. Uniqlo. Is a Japanese brand. Very good. Very good. I've been buying a lot of their clothes because they have like these... Heat tech is what it's called. They're really good for like not sweating. Yo, dude. What's going on? You keep walking here? You messing with me or what? Gotta light this place up a little bit. Copenhagen. It is a popular brand. It's from the Japans. It's really popular here. We got like hey, you okay, man? Okay, I don't care. I probably should have used some of those in the basement. You know, the darkest part of this entire base. Let's just see how dark it is. Maybe it's not that bad. Come on, it can't be that bad. See, this isn't terrible. Oh. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, I see everything. It's great. I can buy 4 more glow sticks. It wouldn't hurt. And while I'm at it, let's do garbage bag roll to order. They're still there. The 3 amigos. That's a good movie. I mean, it's old, but it's good for how old it is. And then what I always think of... I think it's... Is it Asterix? I always forget this one. Asterix? Yeah, Asterix. The old, like... Yeah, Asterix and Obelix. Yes. There's this old, Polish diner that we used to go to, and every time we were there, I kid you not, they only played that movie. Like the live action, I should say. The live action Asterix and Obelix. It's like all they played. Oh, were there a few? Well, I do not know which one it was. I didn't really watch it much. When we were there, because I was enjoying the food too much, I forgot I was mixing up with the animated ones. Yeah, no, it was certainly not animated. It was just the live action. Okay, that's decent. Yeah, how's it going in here? Okay. What a mess. They did several live action ones. They were just also about the same things, I think. Oh, okay. Just some repeated... oh, as the animated, okay. Hey, why are you still here? No. Get out of here. Well, I know it was pretty much the same movie that they played live, the live action one, every single time. Pretty sure. Because it was like, it had the same intro, and it basically looped the movie, so when it was done, it would just be the same movie again. Very comedic. Versus Caesar, Operation Cleopatra, the Olympic Games, God Save Britannia, and the Middle Kingdom. I think it was the Cleopatra one. That sounds like it might have... It looks... I say looks as in like the word Cleopatra, Operation Cleopatra. It sounds correct. New signal! Excellent. Jolly good show. Goddamn, how far is this? Oh, here it is. I remember them helping the Egyptians building a pyramid by sharing the potion with them. Oh my god, yeah! I do think I remember something like that. You could like, you can't really hear the film when it's playing because obviously you're in a restaurant or like a diner or whatever. So like, I don't know what they were saying half the time. It was also like, they didn't have subtitles, but they had the dude translating what they're saying over what they're saying, but it's just, it's too much when you're in a restaurant or like this big like food place. So I don't actually know what they were saying half the time. Oh. You made it sound like it was freaking done. Yeah, the simultaneous... Yeah, exactly. Like, they lower the volume of the main voices and then just use the translated lines. It was kind of dank. Yeah. It's a very big thing in Poland. They love doing that. Me personally, I was overwhelmed. Overstimulated. Nah, it wasn't that bad. I couldn't even hear it, to be honest, because it was just too loud in the diner. I do miss that diner. Wait, what does that say? Huh? Oh, all of these say the same thing, okay. This guy's always hungry. Hungry, hungry hippos. I wanna... Besides GTA, I've been in a big... Minecraft mood. But I might just do the hardcore survival and just see if I can clear hardcore. I'm sure that diner misses you too. The lady, the owner was really nice, the lady. She probably does. I wonder what she's up to these days. Unfortunately, she suffered from COVID with the whole... You know, people stopped showing up. I'm pretty sure that's the reason why her diner closed down. Disgusting. God damn. Okay, wait. Hey! Hey! Where are you? I can hear you, man. Quit snooping. No soliciting. What a nosy dude. Love that I fully rested and we're already at 58 sleep. Like, dude. Come on, man. I don't really like having the drives down here like this. Yeah. New York, in general, during the COVID time was not very good for some businesses. For many businesses, for many. Wow. I don't know what to put here. Hails you. That could be where I store all of the trash containers. And then I'll go and look through them when I need to. Because right now they're not necessary. Time is at 22:15. Alright, we're almost there for our next objective. Why does it kind of feel like the day is faster today? I don't think it is, but it feels like it. I like to sing. What is the internet? I swear. Agreed. Truly. Why though? I just saw something wild. Uh-oh. Was it on Twitter? Dude, I've seen some crazy things on Twitter. Oh, YouTube Shorts. What the? I feel like usually those are pretty well monitored. Some female milked herself on a what? How is that on YouTube? Actually, you know what? No. I say well monitored. But there's some stuff that definitely slips because they're quote unquote educational. I've seen some crazy things as well. Can you... Oh, it was barred out. Oh. Jeez. Yeah. Well, you know what? I don't see that on TikTok, but I do see people really trying to goon bait on TikTok. I mean, I'm sure, you know, if you look hard enough, you'll find that too. That is crazy, though. That's crazy. What a weird time to be alive. Is man an insult because he did whiteface? Oh my god. Bro, people are insane. I don't... Oh god. The elite line of "we live in a simulation" becomes more and more real as like time progresses. Oh. Doing level 3 now. Is this full? This is half... Not even... What? What was that? Do you guys use the Instagram Reels? I feel like there's a triality of man instead of a duality. Those... No, actually there's a quad. What are these noises, man? There's the people who do TikTok, people who do YouTube Shorts, the people who do Instagram Reels, the people who do only 2 of those, or what is going on? What? What am I looking at? Or the person who uses all 3. I don't really use any at the moment, but typically it'd be TikTok. I think I hear that Reels are really, really good though. TikTok and YouTube Shorts? Yeah. Yeah. I don't even use Instagram, to be honest. Think about uploading to all platforms is some crazy work, and I'll have a whole team for that. Not necessarily. There's like this application that you basically like feed info into with the content you want to upload, and it'll just, you could schedule it and everything, and it'll upload to that specific, to those 3, whatever you ask it to. It's not that bad. I think it's just a difference in hashtags, because I'm pretty sure it works differently in all 3. So that's like the only bit that's like, oh, I don't know. What is going on with these doors? It's like, is my glow stick gonna break? But yeah, honestly, people do have social media managers these days. A lot of like bigger streamers, aside from like, I don't know, I feel like everyone tweets on their own. Mop will be the next big purchase, so I can clean these windows. Not that we look through them a lot, but what is crazy is that people upload way more than like once a day. There's specific schedules for all 3 platforms that you can follow, and it's like the ideal times are typically different with high traffic on each one. Yeah, there are some pretty decent tools to upload all at once. I know, because I tried using one, but then I was like, there's no point. I don't get like any traction on TikTok, and I get a ton on YouTube. Like, if I uploaded to TikTok, even before I do on YouTube. I'll make sure I didn't throw anything that I need. My TikToks typically peaked at like maybe 500 views. My YouTubes, the best example was one, I think my TikTok one had 250 views. On YouTube, that short had 10,000. And I was like, okay. Why? Why though? Also, all of my TikToks averaged above 1K views. My YouTube shorts, rather. My YouTube shorts always averaged above 1K views. TikTok, I think, only peaked over 1K like one time. Some quality got to slip through though, right? I mean, when you upload that often, I feel like it has to. But I don't know. I don't follow enough people that like upload more than once a day. Short form content is short form content, right? Yeah. I mean, to be honest, you know, actually, funny story. You guys know Good Mythical Morning? They once said that there are times where they don't have time in the upcoming like weeks, so they record like 5 of those in one sitting. And I assume that's pretty much what people do with short form content. They record a bunch in a day, enough to like, I don't know, be a surplus for a week, and that's it. And they upload it every so often, or whenever they need to. I think typically like the average big TikTok creator uploads 3 times a day or something like that. And I got distracted. Yeah, like 3 times a day. And I assume that means they just spend an entire day recording content of whatever. And I don't know, enough to whatever that is for a week. Sometimes it could be more, maybe less. Makes sense, then schedule them, yeah. Yeah. Although I feel like scheduling on TikTok is the thing that kills the views. Because when I manually uploaded without a scheduled time, it definitely did better than every like other one that I scheduled. I'm not sure why. I don't know if that's something they do on purpose or if it's just like some sort of TikTok does like pop-up content. Yeah. Just what I hear online. I'm mostly just talking out of what I know. I don't do any of that content anymore. I used to upload to TikTok and YouTube every day for like a year. It was pretty good. It was honestly, it was really, really good. But when it slowed down, I was kind of like, oh, whatever. Dude, I keep hearing something. I don't mean like paranoia. I mean like there's literally some sort of like ticking noise. I mean, your personal experience is already 10 times what I got. I mean, I do work on content often, so I guess, yeah, you're right. I don't think I'm... Oh, that's gonna disappear. I don't think I'm much of a content creator like I used to be, though. Because I used to... Seriously, I used to upload all the time. But it's a lot easier when people were clipping things, and it kind of like slowed down a bit. Most of the time it was only for Community Wednesdays where we got like just a massive influx of clips. And I don't think anybody on TikTok or YouTube Shorts are gonna care about Lethal Company anymore. Or Peak or Repo. Could be wrong. I don't check the metrics that often, like I used to. My content is tweeting. I don't even use Twitter much anymore. I scroll Reddit to see what's new in the world of tech, and you know, just news in general. And then like, if I spend too much time, Delta X-ray mic. If I spend too much time on like Twitter, I just get angry. I already forgot what those were. Delta X-ray mic. X is my only source of news, but I feel like I get more of that on Twitch. Honestly, yeah, probably. I do talk about the news sometimes, but I keep it as not political as possible because I don't want that conversation in this chat. Too much conflict. Too much disagreement. Dumbledore, Snape. Snape. Severus Snape. Dumbledore. I think I need a battery charger. Unless it's your content. I'm gonna say that, like, a lot of the political streamers of today kind of just seem like people who fell off and started grifting because they didn't want to lose their job. I don't even think that's a hot take. It's pretty real. pretty freaking real. Alright, we need food. I think it's a little of a hot take. But accurate? Yeah. Yeah. I don't even think it's a political take. I just think it can be pretty apparent sometimes. I don't know. I don't watch the political streamers enough. I don't watch political streamers at all, actually. Yo, my favorite streamer is Grimmy. She's a VTuber. And she's about the closest thing to a political streamer, but her typical political discussion has nothing really to do with, like, major politics. It has to do with economics. Economics. So it's more like what you can do to not die in the current society. Okay, Delta. Yeah, I also feel like it's rage bait or something. I try not to get into politics. Honestly, on and off stream. Your homie, your one good homie is like going to have one disagreement with you and you're gonna be there like, well, this sucks. What? That's what I'm saying. I think I feel like there's a loss of maturity when it comes to politics that people don't want to admit. And people just stop being friends over, like, not being aligned politically. It's a very common thing in my household. It's inevitable. But, like, it's not worth it. I don't know these people. Exactly. Exactly. Instead, I like to talk about computers. God damn it. How is that 5 HP of damage? Let's fight over tabs or spaces for code indenting. That's a fight worth having. I used to be like 3 tabs maximum on a web browser. I wouldn't have any more, and if I did, I would close another. Now I have 3 pinned tabs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 tabs aside from those. Okay, to be fair though, I have an add-on on Firefox. Well, I'm using WaterFox, but whatever, same difference. And it puts the tabs that I don't use to sleep, and it'll reload later when I open them. So, you know, a lot less resources are being used up. But still. I used to really hate having more than 3 tabs. Yeah, pretty much. They just go inactive. It like grays it out so I can see. It's nice. I like it. I mean, half these tabs I can just close because I have them bookmarked, but... Pin tab, yes. Also, Firefox having vertical tabs. I love vertical tabs so much. Oh my god. They're so good. I still want a TV for my streams and other tabs. I have a TV plugged in at the moment. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think I would rather, instead of having the TV, I would rather move or get a small monitor above my one on the right to have like a stream for. Because the TV is just, it's kind of out of the way. Maybe if it's like right above my head, it would be good. I have a TV plugged in. I have 3 monitors plus my TV. I have my TV limited to like 30 FPS though, because my 2080 Super is already struggling as it is. I would rather replace the TV with like a small monitor. There is no need for 4 monitors. Unless you're a psychopath. And I am. I'm out of my mind. But I will say, and I will argue, most people are like, oh, you have 3 monitors, but you want a 4th one? Yeah, watch, you're gonna get a 4th one, you're gonna want a 5th one. No. I think 4 is my closing point. No matter what GPU I have, I don't think I'll need more than 4. I'll tell you why. When I stream, OBS, my chat, my dashboard that I have minimized, funny enough, my video game that I'm playing, and then the other monitor is really just to maintain music and like if Discord gets DM'd. So, whatever. I have those over there. I don't really look at them much. But off stream, 1 for a stream, 1 for my web browser, 1 for if I'm playing a game or doing my assignments for university, 1 for music if I have music playing or something. It's silly. It's silly. It's really not that necessary. But I don't like having stuff minimized. I would rather just have all of the tabs showing, or like all the windows showing in some sort of way. I was telling Joe the Lion that I use Komorebi. It's an easier way to maintain all of the windows to look and be set up in a way that's nice. I can't hear myself when I'm playing and I'm driving in this ATV. I don't even know if you guys can. I assume you can, but man, it's so bad sometimes. I don't even know. It like clipped into the frame. Good thing I had a bandage, right? I would have died. 4 is a good number. Very debatable in the Chinese culture. But yes, I agree. I think 4 is a good number of monitors. I just moved from a big house to a much smaller place, so I had a bunch of spare TVs. That's actually kind of cool. I want a CRT monitor. I think that'd be a good 4th monitor. And people are like, you're an idiot. What would you even use that for? I don't know. Why are you judging me? Why can't I have a little... I like retro stuff. You have a Commodore 64? I want a Commodore 64. I could probably find, if I like really use the like Facebook market, people will probably sell those for like $2. They're like, I just want to get rid of it. $50, crazy. Can I even like, I'm sure we could repair this. It'd be crazy if not. Good thing it broke down near the base. Yeah, I like retro stuff a lot. I have a controller that's like a it's like a PlayStation 1 controller, but not. It's like a modernized PlayStation 1 layout controller. My keyboard is like, it's from 8-Bit Do, and they have a lot of retro keyboards. And I have a mouse from 8-Bit Do as well, which is also retro. They're based on like I think Commodores actually. I'm dead. Why did it blow up again? That's my only question. I might die. If I don't make it in time. I can't run, so I'm just carrying this with me. I don't know when it last autosaved. How did this all go wrong? Bandage. 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 Okay. Like I said, it's a good thing it all went wrong near the base. Otherwise, I would be dead. Yeah, I'm a nostalgia streamer these days. All I do is talk about nostalgia and good times and how I really like how old computer stuff looked, I should say. Not really old computers. I'm all about upgrading tech. Let's fix this. It's certainly seen better days. But I think we had this conversation last time. I'm also big into like kind of like ricing, but not really. My entire PC is themed after something called Capuchin. Including like every web page that could possibly have the CSS stylus code to it. It's like a dark pastel. I don't really know how to explain it beyond that. But it is cool. I like it. Okay, our dailies are essentially done. Oh, I left without setting this up. Ooh. Awfully sensitive on this. Stop. That's the first time I got that one at 100 and this one struggled. Crazy. Crazy. Alright, let's hand this in. Yo, burger in a clean as F kitchen. Nice. Hell yeah. Wait. What? Wait, what happened to my bag? What? Huh? Do they just steal random stuff these days, or what? They stole my bag. I kind of had a lot in there, actually. Oh, man. That kind of sucks, dude. Man, Joe, you just missed some crazy stuff. Which bag? Like the suitcase. You got back on, like, right after our insane journey. I was just doing my dailies, classic, and my ATV basically clipped into the railing of, like, one of the satellite thingies, and it blew up instantaneously. And then on my way back, I slipped just a little bit, and it blew up again. And I basically was bleeding out on the way here. My bag. It was right here. This should be a good week. Do I need the bucket? Does it really matter to have a mop bucket? I mean, we don't really need the mop at the moment. Floppy box. Pie. Oh, we're hungry. Well, we've effectively basically completed our first task, which is to clean up most of the facility. I would say this is the next objective. Mostly just reorganizing. And the reason I say that is because we're gonna put the crypto miner here somewhere. Probably here as per usual. So we'll get rid of these two. Or just move him somewhere else. Wait, we do have food. Just a better bucket. Still takes 1 step to make the whole thing soapy, though. Gotcha. I haven't even been doing that. I just put it on the sponge. What? Oh. No way. And I can save. Good moment to crash. Literally the second I clicked save. Soap is 6 uses. Man, this game has been crashing a lot. Gotta say. Wait, what is this? Oh, I got my GTA outfit. I forgot I had that open. On 160p, completely muted tab. Hey, dude, thank you, Bestard. I need to connect my, account to that. Kind of forgot. We'll do that later. Minimize. Yeah, you know, honestly, if my save corrupts, that is GG's. With the voices of the void. So let's hope that doesn't happen. I think it saved like before the crash, because it typically does. It said saved, not saving or anything, so it should be fine. But we'll see. I don't know why it's crashing so much, man. Very strange. I had this like strange lingering feeling that something was about to go wrong. Okay, we're good. Surely that's not my bag, right? Correct. Hey, what's up, homie? No, hey, goodbye. Disc box. Where'd he go? Did he spawn? All right. I think it's time we get started on this corner. Which... I don't really know what I want to do. I guess let's start with getting this trash into the... the rubbish room, for lack of better terms. Just for now, until I figure out what I really want to do with this. I was gonna say that room probably smells awful, but like all of the trash is paper, metal. I mean, there could be some more. No, I think we put all the organic trash in the other bins. I think we're Gucci gang. I mean, dude, these have storage. 900 isn't terrible. But, like, do I really want to keep them? These can stay. That'll be a good place to, like, put... like the scrap, I guess. How much storage do these have? 1440. Yeah, so I can, like, sort them by electronic, metal, and all that scrap. That'll be good. I mean, this could also store stuff, but only 800. Yeah, I haven't fully decided what I want to do here. Yeah, a corner desk right next to the pool. Hell yeah. This is gonna be against the wall. So I guess what we should start with is just moving it all out of the way. And then I could sort exactly how I want to do it after. Yeah, let's say that we put it there. We can keep one table to the left, so that if we need to plug anything in there, like maybe the coffee machine, but we have it in the kitchen, so it's not like a huge deal. How in the world do I flip this, though? That'll do it. It's covering the outlet for now, but it's okay, we can deal with it when we actually need the outlet. Okay, give me this. Bruh. Come on. What? Okay. The main storage for all this will be to the right. So all of these. Really don't know what to do with the desks. Ow. No. Oh my god, I'm literally picking it up. Crazy. Okay. I know this would be faster with the hook. But it'll probably like make them fly around and whatnot. I don't want to do that. Surely that's space for one more, right? Surely. This done? Okay, got our next tier 3 done. Let's work on some of these tier 1s. Thanks guys for hanging out today. You think it's a Friday for some reason. Which for me is a bad thing if it's a Friday. Because it means I have less time to get my assignments done, but I only have one thing left with one specific class. The other one is it's gonna be the pain, but I'm sure I'll survive. Does feel Friday-ish, right? I don't know. Something about today. Very strange. What in the world do I want to do with these? I really don't know. Oh. There's another. This one had the wrench in it, but I think it's empty now. No! Okay. It's upside down, man. It's been upside down this whole time. I mean, this spot looks empty now. I guess I can connect a desk and make it look like a corner desk here as well. So we just take these cabinets and just... What? I was gonna say, the physics aren't physicsing. Corner. What? There you go. Whoa, the mighty famous Juvi. Hey, man. How you doing today? How's the garage? Not the garage. How's the garden? Do I have anything to hand in? Excuse me, sir. You can't be in my facility. Yeah, I'm gonna have to ask you to leave. Come this way. Come on. I don't want to touch him because I'm curious what happens if you don't for the entire playthrough. Not the entire one, but for long enough for them to, like, leave you alone, essentially. What do I do with this? This is old. It's broken. I think I need another drive rack. This is looking good. I have a theory what's gonna happen. Nothing at all. That's my theory. My theory is literally nothing at all is gonna happen because I'm just gonna leave him be. This is pretty nice. I don't know why I have 2 corner desks, but I do. I suppose we can, like... we can make use of one more and put it somewhere like here. The reason I'm saying that is because instead of having the drives on these little spots, I don't know, I can just put it on one of the desks. It's honestly, this is me just trying to avoid having to destroy them all. Because what if in the future I'm like, oh wait, this would be really cool to have right about now, and I don't have it. And then I don't have it, and then what? And then I'm sad. Oh my god, come on, man. Can I just pick it up? Come on. Come on. Come on. It might look really dumb here, to be honest. It's okay. I mean, if there was more space before the stairs, I would have just made it go this way. But there's just no space, so... Nice. I do need a surplus of drive boxes now that we're kind of out of the ones that were around the base. We'll do another 4, that's fine. I'm not ordering it yet because I'm trying to like plan out other purchases. Alright, next. This is the most different looking office I've made yet. How much is that rug? Carpet? Okay. Rug. Rectangle blue. Square red. Round blue. Custom? No. No. I'm looking around for like a new place to put the other desks. Rose! Hello, Rose! Cake! Oh, these are done. Bum bum be dum bum bum. I kind of want to buy more of these, so I'm just ahead of the curb, and all the deliveries will just be on that table, but then I don't know. Enjoy! Enjoy the cake. I know he's already waiting to get into my facility. I already know it. I have to say, this is one of my favorite games ever. But if I'm gonna put a carpet on the floor, why are the cracks of the floor overlaying over my carpet? Why? Why? I just don't understand. Hi, welcome to my apartment. Hey man, I'm just trying to decorate. Alright? And you keep breaking in, and you keep causing mischief, and I'm starting to get sick of it. Alright? I really am. Now, please follow me. You need to leave. He's not following me. You just think you're so funny, huh? Oh, did you get lost? Here. This way. Come on. He thinks he's so funny. Come on, man. Every single playthrough that I've done of this game, I have either used the axe, a knife, a wood chipper, or the incinerator to get rid of them. Though they do not burn away in the incinerator. They just stay there burning forever. It's actually pure torture. For this one playthrough, I don't want to do anything. I just want to leave them. Because I've never experimented on that. I've really never tried. What are they? You ever go to an IKEA? And like... I have one of these in my room right now. They're literally just meant for like posing for like artists. Their whole thing is they're one of those little props for artists and people to like, if they can't imagine something, they can't picture something in their mind. No. It's a really powerful tool for people. So not dangerous? They do absolutely nothing. As far as I know, they don't do anything. They follow you around. And the worst thing that ever happens is if you kill one of them, if you like wood chip them or whatever, they get upset. But I'm gonna be honest, nothing ever happened after they got upset. As far as I'm concerned. I've never witnessed anything go wrong. They just follow you around and they're like, why would you do that? You killed my friend. But yeah, if you pick them up, if you even like interact with them and like throw them or anything, one of them appears like outside of the main door over here, like, hands crossed, like, upset. That you did some, you committed some sort of heinous crime. So I'm just curious if there's anything that actually happens if you don't interact. I want to know. My theory, genuinely, nothing's gonna happen. They're just gonna exist and they're gonna follow me around. That's what I assume. I'd be pretty happy if... I'm curious. This game is very meme-worthy. And meme... following. I need to try something. Pipe bomb. Hey, bud. I'm just here to deliver a pipe bomb. To the mail. See you around, man. Well, I was sure something would already happen. Right. Literally can't do anything. Can I even make a fuse right now? I guess we can start grabbing the scrap. And like sorting it. Too much stuff, not enough space. Okay, I think rubber will be the last one because I don't need it at the moment, but I can see it being beneficial later. So rubber scrap will be here. I don't know how to sort them and remember just yet. That's okay. In all honesty, it doesn't matter as long as we know it's in there. And then I can just rummage through it whenever I need. Electronic is like the #1 one. No contest, electronic, the best. Later, metal will be more important because we're going to be building the frame and we're going to need a lot of metal scrap. But for the time being, electronic is the winner. Metal will be in the second place. I mean, honestly, how much space... Oh. Okay, well, maybe we'll do the middle one is metal. We'll do like 2 separate. I kind of thought this would have way more storage capacity for the scrap, but I didn't take into consideration how heavy the scrap is. So we'll do the first 2 are electronic, these 2 are metal. This won't be miscellaneous, but we'll put rubber for now. And then, I don't know, we can put some more like on the far left over there. Miscellaneous. Okay. Damn. Is metal the lightest? We got 14 metal. Yeah, I think metal is actually the lightest scrap. Or at least the least space taking. Ammo box. Let's see if I can even fit the paper scrap. Okay, paper is probably the lightest. Yeah, I should have seen that coming. It's okay, I don't know how often I'm gonna need paper scrap. I'll just put it here, in the upside down compartment. Huh? Did I... My ammo box. Put it here. No, put it... here. Hello, my ammo box? What? Give me that. Things are shaping up to be pretty odd. On the bright side, I don't need to worry too much. We have a few spare drives at the moment. So we're ahead of the curve for a little while. No. I don't know, put it somewhere over here. Yo, Goobert. How's it going? Going pretty okay, going pretty alright. Can't complain, can't complain. We've finished sorting most of this place now. Any crashes? Yeah, one earlier. I mean, there was an event happening and I saved as the event happened, so I could see that being why that occurred. I think it was just bad timing on my part to save there. I'll keep this one. I know I can just store them in here and hey, what's up, man? Yo. Hey, what's up, dude? Why are you looking? What a weirdo. What a creep. Dude's just staring. He's just giving me the look. He's like, hey, you better be doing your job. Hey, you better be working in there. The hell's he doing here? He doesn't belong here. That's not nice. He's fine. Don't be mean. In this playthrough. In this playthrough, we're nice. Why are the... Why? Dude. You know what's insane? You know what is insane about all of this? Bro, the cracks are overlaying over my poster. The poster is going above. This is just me being a little bit picky, alright? I'm pissed. I'm annoyed. What happened? What happened is I bought this really nice rug. And I was gonna put it right here in this little working corner. But the... Just look. Just freaking look. The corrects go over it. Why? Why would it go over the rug? Why? Why would it go over the rug, man? I'm so upset. So now my nice rug is for this dumb part. I didn't want it there. I wanted it there. I wanted a little cozy corner. Can't even have a cozy corner. Ooh, idea. Nah, that looks stupid. But I'm gonna leave it. Maybe I can catch you before you sleep, before I go into the garden? Maybe. Maybe. I do have a lot of assignments to get done this weekend. Kind of thinking about going to bed earlier today. But we'll see. If I boot up Grand Theft Auto 5 online, then it is very probable that I will just remain awake for an extended period of time after my normal smart sleeping hour. Later, man. Peace. He's a creep. He's a weirdo. He's gone. Aw. I guess he saw me doing my work and he's like, I'll see you later. You better still be working. Backpack. I've never used the remote drone. Basketball hoop? It's been there since the beginning of the game. I never really got it. One chicken nugget for the price of 3 points. Sturdy container. Oh, there it is. I was looking for this earlier. We don't really need it though. Meter ruler. Portable hot plate. 200 for the battery charger, 80 for the rechargeable battery. We probably want 2 rechargeable batteries, so it's 160. That's 360 plus the 150. Nah, it's too much to lose at the moment. I mean, is it? I think we're pretty good. I'll have about 200 left over. Oh, max cart. Yo, my bad. Didn't realize the backpack would be that heavy. The backpack loaded up with things that... Kind of want the mini fridge at one point. So, oh, it's... Wait, what? Oh, right, because it would be 2 batteries. I was like, huh? How did I miscalculate that? Now we're good. I have 174 left over. I know the backpack's one major inconvenience is you have to, like, unequip it or something, but that's okay. That is okay. Can I fix these TVs? They're kind of just here. I like that they're there. They look cool. Alright, we also really just need to start clearing out the garage because I want my ATV in here and is there one closer to the exit? Wait, don't tell me this garage only has 2 outlets. 4, but they're underneath the... I'm sure there's one behind here, right? Is there really not? Wow, okay. I thought there was one closer to the exit. That's fine, that's fine. The battery charger doesn't need to be that close, I think, to charge the battery. I mean, effectively, it's just stays here. I don't know what you're connecting to. I don't really want to know. Just don't do it. Just don't. That's decent. And then we'll have, like, what the batteries we need to charge in front of it. We'll park the ATV here. I think it's time to get some more garbage bags. You know, there was a singular garbage bag in my suitcase that disappeared. I don't even know how, but it disappeared. Alright, we're about to deal with the most intense mechanic of this video game. The battery charger. I'm saving. Okay. Nice and easy. We did it. On God, that is the scariest mechanic of this video game. Is making the battery charger function. Alright. Excellent. We did it. There's no reason it should be, but it could be on the map. Yeah, I don't know. It was just right here in the corner. I mean, I see these, like, splitting textures. And I'm like, did it push my bag under the world? Did it really? And there's no way to go under there anymore. So, I can't even check. Alright. I will not be replacing the fuses at this current time. I honestly do not care enough to fix it. That is like, at this point, how many things do I have? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 8, 9, 10, 11. I have 11. So I honestly don't care. For the time being. What do I do with these last two? Check the river by the garage entrance. Dude, you know how many things I've tossed into this river by the garage entrance? A lot. Going for a little bit of swim. What is this? What? You were right, man! Dude! This guy was leading me to a chicken sandwich. What? Okay. I mean, I'm glad it exists. That's the more important part, is that it's there. I'm really curious if my can opener is around here then. I don't see it though. Maybe it's just random within these areas. What if my can openers out here somewhere? Any can opener? Probably. It's out there somewhere. Surely it'll be fine down there. Time to stand, it says. No. I won't. And there's nothing you can do about it. You know, why don't I just leave the signals completed here? They could... Oh, wait, no. Can I do that? I have to bring them back in here, right? Instead of just constantly pulling out more drives, we just... I used to do that and I just forgot. Hey. Hey, man. Planning out my next steps. I'm not fully decided on what I want to do. My whole, like, indirect... I didn't even talk about it, I don't think. My whole goal was to get as many of these drives as possible done prior to the fuses popping, at least in one, so that I can't do anything about it. So that I could just ignore it for a little bit and, like, focus on the other objectives. We do need trash bags. Speaking of which, does my... do you have a trash bag or not? You do. You have a garbage bag roll. Once we clear this out, we'll actually start on the chairs. At least, probably. I really don't know what else to do with the chairs, aside from just shredding them. I think we should get, like, a box, one of these wooden crates. Guess I'll just take this one. And this is where I'll put, like, all of the trash bags. And when it's filled up, we'll go and sell them, and then do it again. Rinse, repeat. It's got 1250 space. Should be good. Should be decent. Okay. I do like all the new mechanics. All the new, like, changes are really, really cool, and it's fun that I have so much to do now. I just kind of wish they were more, stable. It's really the stability that's killing it for me a little bit, you know? Okay. I mean, it's really bothering me that I can't get the signal that I see on the map. But I don't have glass scrap. Unless I do. Do you have glass scrap? You might. I do think one of these might have glass. Electronic. Glass. Glass. There's a cracker pack in here, what the hell? Rubber, plastic, rubber. Coal piece, circular saw. Rubber. Okay. It's funny, like, this looks like so much, but it turns into the collection. And this is effectively only, like, 2 fuses. But at least we can make them. Oh, we need the copper wire. Oh. We gotta make a copper wire. I think it was only electronic scrap. I think it was 4 electronic scrap. We're gonna try here. Oh. Was it more? Is it metal? Do I need 1 metal? Oh. I didn't want to, like, pile it all up. Copper wire. Fuse. Stop it. Stop. No. Give me the fuse. 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 Wow, there's actually 4. That's not bad. Dude, what? Why are you tweaking out? Stop it. No. Electronic. Electronic. Oh, I kind of miss the monitors being here. But only kinda. Okay. Let's do a saved as backup. I didn't click that, but alright. Alright, let's just put 4 into CR1. Yo, buddy. I need you to go fix whatever servers are having a stroke. Oh, we're tired. Let's go get some coffee. Alright. So, are you fixed? Mostly. I mean, the fuel's suffering, but... Time to give CR1 a piece of our mind. That radius of 50... Do you think that upgrade is enough to prevent thunder strikes from hitting... No, I don't think so. What was it, like 50 meters? Very interesting. Does this have like an upgrade panel? No. Really strange. What? It really gave such a dank one. Bro. I mean, it's still stuck at 1. Now what have I... Now I've just really messed it up. Actually, wait, that could be good, though, because if I do... No, it's still 1! It's still 1! What? Wow. So I can't upgrade these. I can't get, like, the radius enhancement Thunder Strike upgrade for... Oh, what the hell? I don't. How many meters was it again? Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Damn. Damn. A fuelless journey. Now we're talking efficiency. Nice. I don't know what I'm gonna do with the pots yet. Let's look at that upgrade. It was... Lightning prediction. Predicts and analyzes the incoming lightning strikes. Protects the 50 meteor radius around the base. $50 meters. 30 meters is about... Is that 100 feet? That's... I assume just about... Man, I can't prevent the lightning strikes from hitting the control towers? I mean, if I have passive income, it won't be a big deal, and we'll just buy new fuses at that point. But at the moment, we don't have the passive income. It just seems like such a I forgot I sent him out.
Baby, you know that I got you. I can never stop you. I would never stop you.
Juice and Sour! Thank you for the raid, man. What are you streaming? Let me hit you hit you with one of these right here. Helldivers. Nice. How are you enjoying it? I haven't played Helldivers in a little bit. Haven't played Helldivers in a hot minute. The minigun. Gotta say, I'm not sure what that means. Is that a new one? Haven't played Helldivers for quite some time either. Yeah. I just kinda... It didn't like when I streamed it, so I just didn't. But it was really fun beyond that. It's heavy TF2, but you can't move when oh, you can't move. Oh. Go work, little dude. Go work, little dude. Damn it, we keep getting tired at 2 p.m., man. It's not the play. It's not the play. We have the daytime now. But I don't really want to, like, keep caffeinating like this. Ads? Wait, what? Oh my god, they really did start. I'm pausing for a little bit. We will not continue until the ads are over. You're all set. To claim free in-game reward, watch participating Twitch channels. I'm is. I swear Twitch watches for when you alt tab. It really does. It really, really does. I'm claiming my many drops. My many Twitch drops. In the meantime. Hello? It's connected, no? I'm never gonna wear that highway outfit. Literally never. What is this? Dead by Daylight? Nope. Nope. I need to watch like 20 more minutes of Sea-Dog VA doing his thing. Minecraft drops? There are Minecraft drops. What is this? They got like real outfits for Minecraft. Turtle Tunes. Okay, dude. Okay, dude. Okay, dude. Right. FC26. What? Play on Luna. Nope. Can't make me. I won't. Really? They moved all of the, like, game awards? Or the... Oh, wait. Claim games. Whoa. XCOM. Our ad's over. 4 seconds. Rome Total War 2. Dude, I played so much Rome Total War 2. Okay, I think ads are over. Back to the game. Oh, wait. Yeah, you know what? Just drink it. Okay. Well, welcome in Juice Sour. I'm just trying to figure out what to do with these last 2 tables right now. We've organized this entire main room. Essentially, my plans at the moment are to clear out the not the basement, the garage. And I'm thinking of moving the wood chipper to like outside so that the garage stays clean and the outside can be... You know what? Interesting thought. Wait, no, because it becomes these. Can these don't go into trash cans, right? I don't think so, but I'm gonna try. I was like, there's no way. That would be insane. But it was worth at least one try, right? Give it a little go, see if it works. That is fine. That is okay. Essentially, I just need to move it somewhere else. Probably outdoors. Because I really don't want to make more messes indoors. And I want to park my ATV back in the garage again. Well, at least we can find these again. Good God, dude. This is crazy. Earthquake! He typed awesome in chat. He did like twice today already. When we were talking about Minecraft, he typed, that's awesome. When I was talking about the blood moon and the magic moon. And how it like spawns super mobs, essentially. That mod was really fun, but people got really mad at it. Some people got basically spam killed if they tried to enter a specific zone. I thought it was really cool. Nice. I should have just kept it. Oh boy, there's two of them now. No one does it like you, man. Yep. I agree. Dude, it'd be really cool if I could make some emotes exclusive to specific users. So only Juice and Sour can type the awesome emote. I mean, I guess I could if I did tier subs, but I feel like that doesn't count. Dude. Come on. Finally, I was like, what? Why won't they go down? The gravity makes no sense. The physics. Defy all physics. Maybe like a hallway desk for something. I just these two are left, and I really don't know what to do with them. We used to have one right here, but I really never used it. There's also a heater thing here. What? Why are you so problematic? Come here. Stop pissing me off. No. No. I should have just started with using the goddamn rope, the hook. The hook. Okay. I say we purchase more trash bags. Do you guys call them garbage bags or trash bags? Or do you call them rubbish bins or rubbish bags? Trash, garbage, rubbish. Black bags? You just messing me or what? Trash or garbage? Bin. No, on the podcast. You guys are. Come on, man. Come on. Come on. Black waste sack. I hate it here. What do you mean, what? I literally added rubbish because I knew that was the British term. And y'all still added more terms. You couldn't just call it garbage or I say trash, typically. Y'all just be adding random words now. Y'all just be making up terms, huh? Literal translation? That one I knew. It's ridiculous. Just ridiculous. All terms are made up? True. True. Oh boy, it's almost 4 p.m. Good time to, I guess, go to bed. Wow. Okay. Referring to the bags that often? Is it a trash can, a garbage can, a rubbish can? The hell? I'm going to bed. You're gonna tell me it's a bin can? Look at these guys. Garbage bin. Rubbish bin or just bin? I give up with you guys. Refuse room because of work? Is that real? I don't think I've ever heard that term. Popelnica. What? Oh, we're fully rested. My frames? It's not, it doesn't feel like 60 FPS. It's not 60 FPS. Well, whatever it was, it's gone now. Just room for garbage bins, for me to pick up trash. Yeah, no, I figured that. I was just like, I've never heard that term. Oh. Oops. Not supposed to leave that on. I need another drive rack. No, no I don't. No. Stop it. Use one drive. Not the application. We use one singular drive. When they're done, put them back. That's it. Pretty sure that's what I used to do as well. Yeah, I'll use one drive. I think I've asked this before, actually. Most people said yes or no. I mean, most people said no, but some people were like, yeah, actually, it's pretty useful. Damn, we slept through the whole thing. From about 5, we got 100 in sleep that fast. Damn. Lo and behold. Damn. What? Gonna say. Do I dare check the CRs? Do I dare? Because these coordinate towers have just been the bane of my existence. It was 4, 3, and 3 when we last checked. There wasn't even a thunderstorm. There wasn't even a thunderstorm, man! Come on! Why? This is torture. Maybe we should get into some of that cooking stuff now, huh? Speaking of which, I need a knife. Dude, these guys are trolling. They're so loud. Damn, I'm like a little jittery IRL. Jittery because I think I'm hungry. Or I'm feeling... I was also drinking some extra caffeine today. Wow, a fuse! Wow. I'm gonna put fuses in here. Huh? Where did that come from? Okay. Decent, decent. Pretty good, pretty good. We need food, we need food. What? What was that? Hello? Is it you hooligans? It is. You rotten kids. Get off my lawn, I tell you what. Why I oughta. Why I oughta. Huh? Sweet. Batteries acquired. Alright, we got the rechargeable batteries. We're so back. I have 110 left. I wanna look at the cooking recipes, I'm curious. But I feel like we need the oven for most of it. Maybe it doesn't matter. Fish. Fish, grill, knife. Pizza. Flour, water... Bread. Flour, water, bread mold. Cookies. The brew. Epic hints. You can use the grill... Guess I'm not cooking. Guess we're, stewing it up. Actually, hold on. Here. Maybe he won't complain about... Alright, do that. He's totally down to eat the nutrient packs typically, hell yeah. I want that mini fridge. Still considering it. What do I feel like what's going to happen is they're gonna, like, start flocking, and I'm gonna get followed by, like, 8 of them at the same time. That would be extremely comedic. But it would be cool if there was, like, an achievement. It's like, you didn't kill any of the dudes. Now you have 8 of them following you. It's like they add up every day. There's more and more. That would be pretty cool. Would a plate grab this? Come on, it's an open container. I don't want to burn. This is so troll. Is this not an open container? It is. What's the point? Oh, but you'll connect to the other plate. Dude, literally, dude. No, stop. Why do I always grab the sofa there? Very strange. Now, if I can get a carpet like this, but like right here, it'd be awesome. It's just that the cracks would still show and it'd make me sad. I guess because it's not real food, it's just a can, it won't connect to the plate. I mean, that definitely is way better. Normally that would only get me to like maybe 10 higher. It's just that sometimes he's still picky with it. We're doing pretty good. I think we're doing relatively well with all the setup. I do want to learn some of the recipes and like try cooking. We gotta get a knife. What did I ever do with the flesh? Where did I put that? Or did it just disappear? It's out there somewhere. Somewhere out there over the rainbow. Kinda wanna get the hot pot. Hot plate. Cook food more safely than fire or microwave. Plug it into the electrical socket, turn it on, and put a piece of food on top that can be cooked. Cool. It's $3.50 though. So a little less cool. I feel like I have not accomplished anything today on stream with this game. That's not true. We've cleaned a big part of the base. We can probably move the ATV in now. Welcome to the base. I just, you know, I don't think anything will affect it with the rain, but I'm staying a bit more immersed with it now. You don't want to park it in the rain. I mean, it's not really a motorcycle, but it's fine. Okay. Aw. Close one, though. He almost ate the whole thing. I'm proud. Alright, let's look at the store a little bit more. Pretty sure you can find a knife somewhere. I might be wrong on that, but... Taco. I can go for a taco right about now. Pin box? Can I get tacos this week? Rip. Tacos would be kind of fire, dude. But it have to be real tacos. I can't. I'm sorry, but Taco Bell is not. That's not real. Damn, we could get the portable pressure washer again. Do they add hot sauce? Aw. I think hot sauce is planned. For Grimmy. You have to make hot sauce in a way? Oh, okay. I know that Grimmy is gonna have something in the game. I don't know what that... a jar can contain specific liquids. I don't want to know. Crank flashlight. Oh, right. I've seen that one. Never mind. Desktop 3D printer. Oh, how do I get myself in this game? That'd be... motion sensor. UV light. Phasmo. Mini oven. Oh. I'd rather just get the hot pot though. Portable PC. A laptop. Cubicle. Spatula. That's a good point. I haven't checked the Transformers in a hot minute. Oh my god. Not the Blue Hoy. Headphones. Water and alcohol. Right, right. Right. Oh, we should go to TR1. I'm taking the ATV. The only inconvenience here is that I'm gonna have to open it, and then I gotta, you know, get on the ATV. Park it, close this. Yo, Fusion Man. No, man, I don't got nothing. Sorry, dude. Dude, I know. I know, man. I know. Dude, I can't... It seriously feels like a Friday. Like, literally, I'm glad it's not, because that means I can start on my stuff early. What's going on here? Job's done. Tomorrow the astronauts come back. Yeah! Are they streaming that on Twitch? I mean, I already got like what I... Oh, we should probably take these. Bro, who destroyed this room? Like, what happened? Why? Were they looking for something? I will be watching. I have that website you mentioned in a place at one point. You know what I mean? I have it open. Well, I have it in a tab. It's probably sleepy mode right now. Last thing we need is for Dr. Kell to start smoking. But what if? If it gives energy, Dr. Kell's gonna start smoking. I'm not gonna lie. Dr. Kell's about to have like 6 packs a day. No, smoking's bad. All right. Very bad. Actually, I remembered the other day. That I have to get off of this thing, it's too loud. I can't think. Dude, I need like a key. I'm gonna open this. Wait a second. Car keys. I don't think that's not for the car. Trust. Or not for the garage doors. Caffeine and nicotine. Yo, Ty, what are you streaming? You doing more Monster Hunter? Thanks for the raid, man. Yeah, doing some Monster Hunter. You guys beat Omega? Bit of everything? Nice. No, in high school, I smoked for a week, and I didn't like it. And then later on, I Googled if it's bad to smoke like once a year. And it was like, yes, obviously that's still bad. I'm like, yeah, it's pretty fair. I don't want to eat that. Bleh. I'm Dr. Kell. I'm gonna be really picky about my food while I'm hungry. I'm gonna get the MREs from the thing. We're traversing over there. Not enough. 40 levels still savage, and the AT 9 to 10. Oh, dude, I had no idea what you were talking about for a second. I'm like, what do you mean 40 levels? What are you talking about? I forgot that we were like well over the requirements. I forgot that there's still like level caps for unlocking certain for unlocking certain missions and hunts. I'm like, what are you on about? What? Because you're a super trooper. Help. Can I just stand here? I think I'm gonna slide no matter what. Oh, wait. I think those would be better with a double. Because then I could just use my car, my ATV. Wild's level caps are fine, to be honest. Yeah, no, they're not bad at all. It's just that we went pretty ham. I mean, I know I went like super ham on release, but stop. 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 Damn. I wish I could just pick it up, man. Wild's mechanics. Yeah, fair. Fair. I want to play it more, but it's just like I don't have much that I need to do. But it's this thing where I'm like, if I at least hop on once in a while, then, what is happening? Okay, that's it. That's all we can fit. Okay. Once we get GOG, yeah, I'm down. I think I should hop on every so often so that I can reclaim the ownership of my group thing, because I don't know. The owner is some random. It's because I made it public and people actually joined, and it was... I didn't mind. I didn't really mind it. I think the current owner of that group, though, is, like, pretty active. Like, they were online when we were doing most things. Sup, homie? No, some people go ham on that game. What? Did I drive my ATV and park it without a wheel? How do I... Is there a way to replenish durability, potentially? Maybe. Just theorizing because it... I'm gonna assume no, but... Oh my god. Too many MREs. Maybe I need another storage container here somewhere. Pencil holder. Okay. You got chicken instead? I'm jealous. I'm actually like really hungry right now. And I was talking about tacos, and I want tacos, but we don't typically... We don't really taco often. Yeah, we're probably gonna be slowing down here in a moment. Or I should say winding down, not slowing down. Not a bad stream, 5 hours. 5 hour. No! I'm doing it again. Actually, you know what? Let's finish all of the signals first. Let's max them out, and then we can, like, put them back into the list. Like, completed. It'll be a lot easier to do. Boom. I wonder what's for dinner. Yesterday we had fish. Which was Poggerino. Me and fish. I've been kind of craving ramen too. That's so funny. That's just so comedic. Am I dead? TR1? I don't remember the blue light event. Oh! It's the, like, the... Yeah, I'm like... Is it gonna affect my base if I run away? I think it already did. This is nowhere as bad. Oh god, never mind. This is still nowhere as bad as when the beacon lands, bro. When that obelisk lands for the first time, it ruins all of my everything. This isn't too bad. It, like, it shifts a little bit in one direction. I'm hungry, I'm falling over. Sorry, Dr. Kill, hold on. I'm really hoping this game includes some sort of... or more, like, computer-related stuff. Later. Because right now, I know, you know, floppy disks, that's cool. Calibration, cool. Can't stop addicted to the shindig. Why? Me when I'm too hungry? I'm too hungry. Potatoes are spawning below me. I mean, that is literally why he's falling over. He's too hungry. He's too hungry. He's falling over. Stop. Lock in, damn it. Oh, man. Thanks. Why? Stop! Wait for just a second. Oh, there's so much food! It's not even real! Where is the last percentage? Click it. We gotta go home. We're so hungry. Oh, we're so hungry. And tired. Everything's falling apart. Oh god, oh god. Good thing we got 70 billion MREs at the ready. A Bojangler. Ooh, a spicy chicken sandwich? It sounds real good right about now. It's because I'm hungry in real life, so as a result, everything sounds pretty good. But tacos, all in all, kind of what I'm craving. Or maybe a burrito. Ooh, like a good burrito, or a chicken wrap, or a Subway wrap. Bojangler is a fish sandwich with mayo on it. What the hell? I'd probably still eat it. But I'm a chicken sandwich guy. I even like, honestly, burgers I think are good at like a barbecue, but otherwise I don't know if I like burgers from anywhere else besides like Five Guys. I feel like typically I'm always like, I just chicken sandwich. Wendy's, chicken sandwich. Burger King, spicy chicken sandwich. Chick-fil-A, chicken sandwich. McDonald's I don't get, because I will throw up for 2 weeks straight. And honestly, the Five Guys burgers, they're only like somewhat decent. The fries are pretty good. Although there's a lot and they're hella greasy. Oh god, can I even make it to the base in time? What even happens? Do I start taking damage? Do I just die? Dr. Kell starved to death. GG's. Please, random mushroom on the road, where are you? I think I'm dead. Not gonna lie, I think I'm dead. Oh, we'll watch. Here we go. Time to die. Time to die. Time to die? Hey, homie. I'm back. Alright, now we're taking damage. Yep. Don't come in. Oh no, Kerfus. Oh. Oh god. What the? Object in the woods. Huh? Why am I bleeding? Get out of my house! Get out! Get out of my house! I have to go to bed! Get out! Yeah, it's not as bad as I anticipated. It's bad, but it's not that bad. Hey, man. And what do you think you're doing with that fire extinguisher, out of curiosity? Want to bash my skull in? I don't even know they can equip items like that. What? What? Where did the pumpkin come from? Kind of waiting to wake up and see the dude just there. If I get hit one time by these dudes, they're all going to get murdered. I'm putting them back in the incinerator. For like an entire playthrough. They will all suffer in there. If that dude bonks me in the head with the fire extinguisher, he's dead. He's freaking dead. Forever. And his friends. And family. All in the permanent torment chamber. Well, he didn't really come in here. Where'd he go? Did you take my fire extinguisher? Excuse me. Huh. I mean, okay. Hey, follow me. Thank you for following me. Appreciate it. Get out of my house. Stay out. When I saw him pick up the fire extinguisher, I was like, are they actually gonna try to kill me? Like, they might. They might. That'll be an interesting experience. It would justify my, desire to make sure they're all dead. Alright, well, I think this mess is a good time for us to call it for the day. Yes, I think this is a great moment to come to terms with the fact that next stream, I'm gonna have to clean this up even more. So, thanks for hanging out today, guys. I appreciate it. I'm gonna go eat. I'm hungry. In the IRLs. We will continue this probably tomorrow, unless I do an impromptu GTA stream because I feel like playing GTA. Surely that won't happen, right? And again, I keep thinking it's the weekend, but it is Thursday. Who's streaming? I guess it's a scattered day again. All right, GG's. You guys have a good rest of your Thursdays. I'll be back tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out. Be sure to follow my socials and Discord if you've not done so already. I greatly appreciate that. Have a good rest of your days, and I'll see you tomorrow. Same time. GG's. Peace.